انا فينا انا من جوا لبرا بيعطوني شويه وقت قدر برا اخذ. لا بحملهم بس بحملهم انا وبحملهم اعطيني دقيقه وبعملها. يلا انطيني استنى.
الضاحية الجنوبية فتوا لعندي وياه ليستعملوها إذا سجلت قالوا سجلها لو سجلوا لعندهم إياها بالنقل من بعد النقل يستعملوها يا حبيبي برد كتير وحشر هلا صار عم يحط مذيعة فوق الضاحية
في شتاء اليوم
والله العظيم صورتها أنا على
مبيني معاه شكشك.
لا وينك انت؟
مبيني معاه شكشك. بعمل لك انا تبي تعمل بايكوت.
كيف تضرب بالخطوة؟ برافو.
يلا خلص القطاع.
انت
وين بدك تطلع برا؟
هات شوي. تفتح من هون هيك. لحظة شوي. عنده اياه.
أخذها؟ برافو.
إني لمسي أرى الثقة وبنت والله سمعت
صوت عم
remains fully prepared to defend itself.
We have lost a great figure. His Eminence was our marja and our leader and our father, and always His Eminence advised us and said that you try your best to stand on the right side of the history, and in this war you know that we and Iran demonstrated our sincerity as an United States and Zionist regime shall open hostility.
For those signing the condolence book, Sayyid Ali Khamenei was, many here say, at his martyrdom is not the end, but beginning of the legacy that will continue to shape the resistance in many more years to come. Adil Mir, Press TV, New Delhi.
Well, surveys in Italy are showing that a large majority of residents in the country are against the U.S.-Israel's attack on Iran. This as the Italian government says it will do what is needed when it comes to authorizing the use of U.S. bases on its territory, even if it's against international law. Max Chavilli reports.
Surveys leave no room for interpretation. 7 out of 10 residents in Italy strongly disapprove of the US-Israel coalition's aggression against Iran. The latest poll conducted by research firm EEUU shows that a large majority of people in the country consider the attack waged on Iran a grave violation of international law, and only 8% of the surveyed are in favor.
My personal opinion is that Italy should stay out of this spiraling circle of violence triggered by the US. International law has been shredded, and yet no state has intervened to stop these massacres.
Della guerra siamo molto preoccupati, very much worried about the war that should rid of it.
Italians are also very much concerned costs of fuel following the escalation of the conflict in West. According to some consumer protection associations, gas stations are already registering prices up over 50% compared to a few days ago. Meanwhile, Defense Minister caused a stir on Thursday by stating during a parliamentary hearing that the United States and Israel had certainly violated international law vis-à-vis Iraq. The minister added that the world stands on the brink of the abyss.
Of course, the U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran certainly violate international law. It's a war that was started without anyone in the world knowing. One in which we, like the rest of the world, find ourselves having to manage the consequences.
Despite admitting that the US-Israel's attacks on Iran are in breach of international law, Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has said Rome will continue to respect existing bilateral agreements governing the use of military bases on Italian territory. Max Chavilli, Press TV, Rome.
A rally has been held in the Austrian capital against the U.S.-Israeli aggression on Iran. Demonstrators signs reading "Hands On" and "Stand with Iran." Some also carried flags of Lebanon and Palestine. They condemned Israel's genocidal acts in the West Asia region. The Palestinians and their supporters demonstrated and marched through the South Korean capital to mark International Women's Day and show that women are not only victims but pillars of resistance to U.S.-Israeli aggression. As they marched past the American embassy, they voiced their support for Iran. Press TV's correspondent Frank Smith reports from the South Korean capital of Seoul.
Palestinians welcomed their supporters onto the streets of the South Korean capital to mark International Women's Day, March 8th, and to proclaim the vital role women play in the resistance to Israel's ongoing genocide in Gaza and the West Bank.
The liberation of the land begins with the liberation of women. Palestinian women have never been mere victims. They are the guardians that protect the flame and the home, and the ones who will write the meaning of life amid the ruins.
Rallies and marches have taken place almost weekly here since Israel's genocide began. Among the more than 75,000 Palestinians Israel forces have killed, estimates indicate more than 50,000 have been women and children. There have also been early casualties of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran.
Innocent women and children are victims of conflict has been further demonstrated in the Israeli war on Iran. Events around the world have mourned the more than 150 girls killed in a single attack on an all-female elementary school in Iran, with schools routinely targeted by U.S. and Israelis.
Many argue that Israel's genocide of Palestinians and the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran reflect the U.S. desire for regional hegemony and seek unity in resisting America's forever wars.
If the U.S. and Israel win this war, I believe the Israeli genocide in Gaza will become even more brutal and horrific. That's why I believe everyone who supports the Palestinian cause should oppose the U.S. and Israel's war against Iran.
As Palestinian supporters marched past the U.S. and they called out Trump and Netanyahu as war criminals and proclaimed their solidarity with the Iranian people. Frank Smith, Press TV, Seoul.
Well, viewers, with that, we're at this hour. Let's go ahead and get back into our ongoing rolling coverage. Again, for our viewers who are now joining us at day 2 of the U.S. on Iran, True Promise number 4, dozens of operations which have taken place. Let's go ahead and update you with the latest before we go ahead and welcome in our guests joining us for this last around 40 minutes. First of all, we have locations in the Zionist entity are currently on fire. Videos are coming in that they are being targeted not only by the Lebanese resistance, Hezbollah from their side, but also from Iran. We have statements coming out again, statement number 16 from the Islamic resistance there in Lebanon, and saying that in response to the criminal Israeli aggression that targeted dozens of Lebanese cities and towns, including the southern suburbs of Beirut, and in accordance with the warning issued by the Islamic resistance to the city of Kiryat Shmona in northern occupied Palestine, the Mujahideen of the Islamic resistance have targeted today, 5:30 p.m., Monday, March 7, 2026, with a swarm of attack drones, and victory comes only from God, of course, and exalted in the might and the wise. Also, we're having from other sources right now, we're having from Iran is also saying that there has been attacks they are now using. We have attacked, there's so many information coming through right now. We have attacked currently Zionist military locations inside of Haifa with the Khaybar Shakan missiles. Let me go ahead and bring in, to start off this last part of our rolling coverage here from the Islamic Republic of Iran, our Press TV colleague, of course, Zainab Zakaria. Zainab, a great time to join in. I mean, the situation right now, despite, let's remind the viewers, parallel and at the same time, Qiyam and other areas in southern Lebanon are at the moment being targeted. But despite this, Hebrew media is now coming out and saying that Hezbollah has lost it. That's literally what they're saying on their social media, saying Hezbollah has lost it. They have been crazy because since today, alone today, we have, let me just double check our statistics. So today we have 100 missiles and drone swarms have been fired from Lebanese territory into Israel simply from earlier today. Let's go and start off with a situation about what many mainstream media are covering through their various screens, is that literally not only Tel Aviv but other locations are literally on fire at the moment. And I mean, what kind of scene is this for not only us, but the neighboring countries they're watching it?
This is the gradual escalation that the Iranians and the resistance have chosen to take. They will take the brunt of the air raids and air attack that the US and the Israelis are capable of. But the tempo of always remain with the resistance. The Americans do not have any surprises. They honestly, they don't. Do they have firepower? Definitely, but they don't have any surprises. The worst case scenario for the resistance is that the Americans bring their full soldier into Iran or into Lebanon, which is an opportunity for them to be massacred there, because we don't have the technology to target them en masse where they are. But if they come, they're providing, easy targets, just like we saw in Lebanon yesterday. The Israelis, under the assumption that we've bombed everything that has moved in the south, we've used the government to target and isolate the resistance there, so it will be very easy. Look at the technology that they brought out yesterday to target the Israeli helicopters. This is technology that the government does not possess, and that is the resistance in Lebanon that has been under threat. And now compare that to Iran, a country that yet it has been under immense sanctions and isolation, but it has built its own indigenous technology and capabilities. So the tempo will continue to see this escalation, and as the escalation from the resistance side continue to increase, and the Israelis continue to face the brunt of that, and the Americans continue to face the brunt of that, we will see on the home front more destruction, more carpet bombing, more double tap attack. The Senon. We'll see the rhetoric increase. We'll see them continue more military assets to West Asia. We can drag in some of these flying states to join into the attack. The thing is, for the resistance, they understand this and they've been prepared for it. The worst case scenario is what the resistance are prepared for. Right now, they get to escalate. They get to say when the rate of the attack will change. For example, for the past 5 days, Iran majorly has been using some of its old stockpile. In the past couple of days, we've seen it start using the Kebar Shekan, the Fatah 1, the Khorram Shah 4, which are very powerful missiles with lots of warheads. For example, the Khorram Shah 4 has the cluster munition, which we saw one single missile become 80 different bombs targeting different locations, and we know that there is heavy censorship, not just in Israel but in many of these Persian Gulf Arab states. For example, in Kuwait, if you're caught as a foreigner, especially recording or posting, you can be fined up to $20,000 and 2 years in prison just for recording and sharing those videos online. So again, you have to wonder if the Iranian missiles are not doing anything, if the drones are being targeted like they've been telling us that 80% of all of these drones have been targeted and nothing is working, then why are you punishing people for recording or posting? Why have you told all of the Western media operating within Israeli territory that every time a missile is incoming, you must cut off your live, you mustn't show it on your media, you must not show what has been done? They will allow you to go to civilian areas, so-called civilian areas that have been targeted, but the military side that have been targeted, the Israeli military asset that has been targeted, will not be shown because they don't want to admit that they're hurting. But one way to know is to check the inflow of injured coming into many Israeli hospitals, and you can see how busy many of those hospitals have become, and that's how you know that they're taking huge loss, that they're not talking about. They rather come on social media or on their mainstream media and talk about how they have dominated the Iranian airspace, and how they're destroying Iran, and how they're going to turn Iran into Gaza, which is not going to work.
Exactly, Zaman. As we're talking here, some updates for our viewers. The Iranian Revolution Guard is saying that we struck a unit belonging to the 5th Fleet and the U.S. military support facilities in the Mina Salman port. Also saying that we also confirmation saying that, excuse me one second. So also he's saying that at the moment, according to Iranian news agencies, explosions are currently being heard in the capital of Tehran, and air defenses have been activated in the city. As you did mention, there's going to be casualties on both sides. But what I want to go ahead and go over to is what we were talking about earlier in regards to the situation. Again, and when you look over at social media, from a lot of things that we've been hearing from, of course, those who support the axis of resistance. I mean, they're all gung-ho at the moment, to be honest, because it's just this feeling that we've continued to be seeing not only in Gaza, the genocide, but just simply these oppressors, these imperialists, these monarchies who have been ruling the world, ruling so-called international law, using it the way they want in their own way. And finally, it has been a moment that the people have been able to they've received their own green light that, hey, we can go ahead and encourage this, because time and time again, so many lives have been lost. Again, we continue to cover the situation. We all know too well the situation in Gaza, the continued situation there, families, genocide, starvation. We've mentioned it multiple times, blowing children to pieces, the loss of families, of course, being shot at while attempting to receive any kind of food aid from so-called U.S.-backed aid centers. Also, we saw journalists being burned alive and targeted live on television. Come over to Iran, just over 8 days. Again, we have over 1,300 casualties, the latest figures. We've had children, dozens, hundreds, excuse me, not even dozens, hundreds of children have been killed. Going over to Lebanon again, a lot of the social media, if you have connections there, are coming out with the images and pictures of families, just a moment ago, a husband, his wife, and 4 children while at their home. Again, people who have been waiting for this green light to go out and defend not only their own, the sovereignty, the national integrity. I mean, instead of coming back to you, this is something, again, when we're talking about these countries, this strength and these kind of people to defend their territory, this is something not specifically in the Israeli entity's demeanor, because basically the land doesn't even belong to them.
Not just that the land does not belong to them, they don't have any other connection to that land other than this fanatic supremacist ideology. And the reason that you can connect the fanaticism with their supremacy is that they believe that they are chosen, they believe that they are better than everyone else, and particularly they hate Muslims and Arab and all brown people because they believe that we're less. And those two, when it connects with power, is dangerous, because you have people who are quoting religion when they're not religious themselves, and you couple that with the fact that they are supremacists in their mentality, and then you give them military power and superiority in the region. Those three combinations will not end well. And we see that for the Israelis, because of the successes, of 1948, of 2000, of 2003, they've become emboldened, and that has emboldened the newer generation to be more fanatic, to be more aggressive. The older generation understood that they still work within a world where they are told to work within, humanitarian laws and all of this, and so they would lie even as they are committing crimes. These new generations are so drunk on power and so fanatic that they will tell you, no, the entire Middle East belongs to us. No, it's okay to kill multiple of you. It's okay. They will laugh at Palestinians. They will laugh at the displacement of Lebanese people. They are glad that, bombardment is falling on Tehran. They are happy to see that apocalyptic scenes coming out of Tehran and putting it on their profile and saying, look, we landed in Tehran. Look what we're doing. So, and all of this is making people really hate them. We know that many governments in the world support the Israeli regime, but we can see how hated they are by average people of the world. In Nigeria, I know, because we have a very divided country where many of the Muslims are either Wahhabis or Ahmadis, and most of the Christians are Zionist Christian. But within that same society, you're beginning to find many mainstream voices saying, no, what is happening, what Israel is doing is wrong. And that is unique, because I know my people, I know how rigid they can be with an ideology once it comes to them, and they don't know what to create. But to find even some of the most staunchest of Israeli supporters saying, you know what, this is too much, but Israel and the United States, and having them, mourn as the leader of the Islamic Revolution. I've seen some of them going to the embassy there in Abuja to write their condolences. And it's shocking for me. These are people, some of my professors that I have argued with for a long time over how terrible the Iranians are, even though they teach me, social politics and all of that. And they will say, no, this is just the way the world is run. Now they are beginning to say, no, Israel has to go. And this is creating a mentality also in Nigeria. And I know that Nigeria also is going to come to play a very huge part, in the near future once the American and the Israeli project in this region has been dismantled. They'll have to go back to Africa to get some of those resources just to survive again. And now the people of the continent are beginning to prepare in their mind that mentality, that ideology, that we cannot allow colonialism that has dominated the world, as we're watching our TV destroy one country after the other, to come again and reoccupy us after they failed in other places. So that global intifada that the Palestinians always call the globalized intifada, the global revolution of the mind, which has to come first before people can prepare themselves outwardly for the evil that is coming for them.
Well, exactly, Zainab. I mean, as you're talking, just updating the viewers, another airstrike, of course, on Qunein, the village there in southern Lebanon. I mean, as you're saying, it's very interesting because there's a video circulating on some internal social media sites here in Iran saying that Iranians are built different. There's actually a video coming out of the Iranian people at Tehran's Inqilab Square, and they're out condemning the U.S.-Israeli attacks, showing their support for the Islamic Republic, all while the air defense are confronting ongoing aggression in the background there in Tehran. Zainab, if you're able to describe the Iranians in perhaps a few sentences, how would you describe them?
I have no words.
Sometimes too simple, but too difficult, yeah?
They are a complex mix of everything. Sometimes they frustrate you, sometimes they make you, very, very proud to call them some of your friends, some of your colleagues, and they are really amazing. I mean, it's interesting and it's easy when you are far from a situation of intense emotion to say, I will do this, I will do that. I have seen them, continue to stand despite the cold, despite the rain, despite the pain that they're feeling, many of them because of the martyrdom of the leader of the revolution, because of the fact that they are seeing their land, which they consider like a muqaddas, like a holy ground for them, seeing it hurt, and they will say, when your land is hurt, your body hurts as well. And the fact that they continue to come out, they continue to say, even if our bodies have to be sacrificed, this land must be preserved, this republic must be preserved for our children, for their children, for the future generation. And they're amazing. There are no words to describe them. For you to know who the Iranians are, you'll have to come and meet them yourself. I mean, they are all-round fun people, but they can be very headstrong. They believe very passionately in their own ideas and their own ideologies. You may not necessarily always agree with them, but they will confront you with facts and figures as to why they believe in what they believe, as to why they oppose what they oppose, and mighty respect to them.
Well, Zainab, it's really interesting. I'd like our viewers to know that despite everything happening right after the U.S. Zionist aggression on Iran started, foreign journalists, foreign social media influencers have been, even until this moment, requesting to enter Iran. They want to come and they want to witness the situation firsthand. I mean, how interesting is this for you to actually come in and request to enter a real zone, to go ahead and post it on your own price? I mean, these are people who have for years been posting their predictions, their expectations, but now that it's happening, they want in on it.
It's not surprising. We're not surprised, and I don't think many of Press TV's viewers would be surprised as well. We've been covering these kind of issues for a long time. But I think one thing that many people are beginning to realize, because before the war started, we saw like this anticipation from people as if war was interesting, as if, because they're far away from it, the bombs is not raining on them. And they were saying Iran is taking too long, Iran should strike now, because they thought this was like a movie or something. And we've seen many Iranians who condemn this. But even despite that, we've seen that most of the pro-Iranian, pro-anti-American posts that we've been seeing, from average people all around the world. And I think we'll continue to see that. We'll continue to see, the field continue to widen. I think during the war, during the genocide in Gaza, in one of the many speeches that the martyred Imam said, he said that, the American universities and American colleges where protests were ongoing and sit-ins were ongoing, then they were also a part of one of the fronts in the battle against the Israeli and the American hegemonic control and the genocidal campaign in Gaza. I believe the social media has also become another front, which is why we saw, last year when Netanyahu went to the United States and he was talking about buying TikTok and talking about changing the algorithm on X and talking about how to change also the algorithm on Facebook and other meta services. And so if the war of narrative was going their way, they would not be working this hard to buy out all of the social media platform, which literally belongs to many of Israel's staunch allies like Elon Musk and Zuckerberg and the rest of that, and the fact that Larison just bought out TikTok in the United States. But it shows that despite the amount of money that they've thrown into this war, they are losing on their own turf. On their own turf, they're losing the war of narrative. Many of the MAGA supporters who are the main base of the President Trump are falling out, and November is fast coming up. He needs to get enough votes, which at the rate this war is going, if it continues, he may definitely not be getting it, despite the fact that the Democrats do not have any support. Trump, as of last 2 days ago, his rating is now below that of Biden. Just imagine how terrible that is. Biden was called Sleeping Joe. They were drugging him just for him to barely function, and now Trump's rating is falling below that of Biden. It's unbelievable. And when, not if, when the prices of gas continue to increase, which also has a spiral effect on the other daily household goods and necessities in the United States, you will begin to see some protests hit the streets, and also we may be seeing some protests begin to hit the streets also in the occupied territories against Netanyahu.
Well, Zainab, as we're talking again, Israel Home Front Command sirens are being heard in Haifa, northern Israel. Hezbollah, we have targeted the city of Naharaya in northern occupied Palestine with missiles, not drones. Correspondents are saying interceptor missiles are exploding in the central section of the Palestinian and Israeli border. Last but not least, a sixth barrage of missiles has been launched from southern Lebanon towards Israel. It seems the Zionist entity, as the last 8 days has proved, if anything, will definitely not be receiving, probably sleeping down in those bunkers very uncomfortably. Zainab, in regards to what you did mention, the situation on the ground is completely obvious on who is on the winning side currently, who's on the losing side. Israeli Channel 12 is quoting Israeli officials saying that there is no set date for ending the campaign against Iran, unlike previous rounds of fighting. I mean, they ended the war against Iran last time. I don't remember it actually happening like that. Yeah, 12 days. They came out begging to please stop, and now they're saying that it's not going to happen.
Before then, too, they were saying that there is no set day. Netanyahu told us all that the war is going to continue till all of Israel's objectives are met.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. What we heard, they were so ashamed of even announcing the ceasefire themselves. Trump announced it, said that we've accepted a ceasefire, and we were all like, a few hours ago you guys were saying that you continue the bombardment and you're talking about total absolute surrender. And then it was only when the Iranian foreign minister said that we told the Americans if the Israeli aggression against us stop, we're also going to stop attacking, and that was the end of that conversation, which was very abrupt, and everyone said, okay, fine, everyone is only preparing for the next round. We are now in the next round, and the predictions they made then failed. The predictions they've made now will also fail. Will they be able to assassinate certain people? Yes, they've already carried out many of the assassination. They will also continue to attempt to carry out assassination because that is all they know. They're not going to change their plan of operative, their modus operandi. That is all they know, to carry out assassination. Because let's remember, for the Israelis, Let's say, for example, if they lose their Minister of War, Minister of Defense, their entire security apparatus will collapse. At least for 30%, 40%. That's not happening for the resistance. For the resistance, there are 4 layers of replacement already waiting for you. So if one person is out, automatically the next person take over. So for them, they assume just like us, if we can take out all of this leadership, then it will crumble, because it will crumble for them. And that's why they cannot stop this model of targeted attack. If you remember one of the statements made by one of the leading Zionist campaigners in occupied territories, Daniela Weiss, if I'm not mistaken with her name, when the BBC journalist had asked her, where do you want all the Palestinians to go? They're not ready to go. She said they will move. And she was like, well, what if they don't want to move? She said, when we make it a living hell for them, they will move. Because again, like you asked in your previous question, they have no loyalty to the land. They're only there because of a supremacy idea and a fantasy that was created for them in some book written by certain people over a decade ago, and they believe in that even though they don't believe in God. They are not loyal to the land. They believe once it becomes too difficult to live, once the situation is no longer beneficial for them, they will take their second passport and run. We already know that over 40%, if I'm not mistaken, of lands in Cyprus have already been bought by Zionists. We know that over 60% of the land in places where the war is taking place in Ukraine, which has become, very, very cheap, has been bought out by the Zionist regime. We know that they're buying lands also inside Russia, in many places across the United States. Why? Because they're making second plan that if this project of colonizing and occupying certain part of the world does not work, we're going to fall back to plan zero and start all over again. We can occupy the United States, Britain is there, France is there for the taking, and so, but before that day come, we will see them give everything they have. We'll keep hearing statements like, we have no limit, everything is going fine, we're going to destroy Iran, we're going to destroy their military, like Donald Trump was saying that we're going to destroy Iran's military to the point where they will never be able to fight back. Never be able to fight back. A military that was built with blood and sweat by indigenous. Everything is indigenous. How are you going to destroy that? How are you going to take that away from the people? It's all underground. You know how big Iran is? They have missile cities everywhere. We had places like Yazd being targeted multiple times since the beginning of this conflict. Yesterday, missiles went out from Yazd. How are you going to
How much more can you find so-called evidence to prove your theory, which, as we know time and time again, when Trump came out yesterday, we were speaking about it. I mean, he says that we are already winning and we're ahead of schedule and all these things that he continues to see. I mean, as we're talking at the moment, again, live on our images, to our viewers there from, of course, towns and cities and villages across the nation on the Islamic Republic of Iran, rallies continue to fill the streets. Again, almost here, it's almost 10:45 in the Islamic Republic of Iran, carrying the flags of Iran, of other, of course, resistance groups, and held up high is pictures not only of their loved martyrs, family members, loved ones that they have lost, but also number one of them all, the father of the Islamic Revolution, of course, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, who was assassinated and martyred exactly last Saturday around 9:40 a.m. in his residence. As we continue to remind our viewers, again, the people are out there to show their presence, to clarify their stance, not only to their enemies, but to the world, that no matter what you do to us, we will continue to stand and in solidarity with our Iranian nation. This is something that Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei had time and time again. Every single time he came out and called for the Iranian nation. It just took minutes before you saw the crowd, the streets flooded. Even yesterday, historic scenes, again from the Grand Musalla in Tehran, where he used to lead the Friday prayers. And actually, for the first time ever, even though he was absent there in body and soul, he was definitely present, as the streets, not just the Musalla itself where he used to be present, the streets behind it leading up to it, places that were never full, were indeed full. And again, the same scene was carbon copied basically across other cities and villages and towns across the nation. Zainab, when we come back to the situation, let's try to remind our viewers on the situation. I mean, we call it, of course, from so many commanders, even Imam Khomeini himself, the importance of freeing Al-Qudus. All the martyrs who have been martyred since the Al-Aqsa flood operation have been said that they are martyred on the path to Al-Qudus. This is the exact terminology that we continue to use. I mean, started with Imam Khomeini, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei continued it, of course, and then even Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah. I mean, all these martyrs have focused on freeing Al-Qudus, and perhaps for our viewers who don't understand why is Al-Qudus specifically in Islam so important, and freeing it a part of a goal when it comes to us, because we continue to say that one day we will pray in Al-Qudus.
Well, first of all, before we go to the religious realm of it, let's look at the political aspect. Israel is a colonial project in this region, and the reason we keep calling it a colonial project was because the people were living on a certain land, have their ancestry and their identity and their ideology tied to that land, which is central to three Abrahamic faiths, from Christianity to Judaism to Islam. And those people, in a single move of terror activity, were moved. Almost 1 million of them were exiled, and many of their lands were taken over, and it was taken over in one of the most brutal way by people who came into that land as refugees, who were hosted by the people of that land, only for them to come back one day. The home you grew up in, that you inherited from your father and your forefathers, suddenly taken away from you and now occupied by certain persons from Poland and other parts of Eastern Europe. And it didn't stop there. They continued to claim more lands. They continued to attack more territories, from Egypt to Lebanon to Syria to Jordan. And this attack continued. And not just that, they've continued to bring the American into this part of the world to continue to fight. The attack on Iraq was because of Israel. The attack on Afghanistan was because of Israel. The attack on Syria was because of Israel. The division of the attack on Sudan was because of Israel. The attack we're witnessing in Lebanon is because of Israel. The attack on Iran is because of Israel. It makes sense for the people of the region to see the existence of this entity as a threat, not just to the country, to every single country in the region, as Israel has announced its plan of, a greater Israel, because it does not want to exist as a minority of a minority within a majority area where people do not like it. So when people say Al-Quds has to be free, once Quds is free, it means the Israeli regime no longer has power in this region. It means the eradication of this settler colonial project that has been ongoing for the past 74 years. And the Israelis understand this. In many of their books and in their ancient history, they've never had a government that lasts up to 80 years. They're close to that threshold. Netanyahu believes himself to be like a prophet, and he believes that he has the prophecy and responsibility to bring those prophecies to power. He can't do it alone, so obviously they are ready to sacrifice and use every single power and authority within the Western Hemisphere, not just of the United States. That is why we've seen them, invest such a huge price into buying out different sectors of Western government, Western sector, from economy to technology, to spy, and to some of the blackmail ring like Epstein file that they have in various countries, by the way. This is just the tip of the iceberg what we're witnessing in the United States. So this is the political aspect. The spiritual aspect is that, like I mentioned, the Al-Quds is central to every single Abrahamic faith, and we all believe that for the Muslim, this is the first Qibla, this is the first place we used to pray to. For the Shias and also for the Sunnis, in their version of history and prediction of what prophecies of what is going to happen, this is the same place where the savior of mankind and Jesus Christ will appear together and start their governments from there, which will also bring justice and liberation to the world. The Christian believe in the coming of Christ, and Al-Quds play a very important role in that. And so there is this political as well as religious connotation to this area of effect, which even from the Americans who used to make fun of our ideas and our ideology as being like a theocracy, and we're basing everything on a holy book. They are now claiming, Armageddon. They're calling on. They're saying your soldiers are fighting to bring back the second coming of Christ, not realizing that they are the Antichrist in this situation, and the entire world gets it except maybe some of them, and the rest of them I'm sure that they are Antichrist in every form of the way. Jesus that we know that was introduced to us was someone who overturned the table when they turned the temple into a place of marketing and gambling. Jesus that we knew fight and was killed and almost killed according to Islamic belief, by the power that be of that era. Every single prophet of God were revolutionaries. They fought the oppressive power. They tried to enlighten people and bring them out of the ignorance of the life they were living.
Peace and diplomacy, first of all, as we do know.
Yeah, and exactly. But they were revolutionaries, first of all. They were never complicit in working with the rulers of their time, because many of those rulers were hypocrites and
oppressors.
Yes, and oppressors, whether you're talking about history of Abraham who destroyed the idols within his father's camp and he was thrown into a fire, or you're talking about Noah who built a ship and called people to the path of God, and many people laughed at him until the storm that he's been warning people about came and only people in his ship were saved. Or whether you're talking about Moses who went and saved the children of Israel from the clutches of Pharaoh after he had been enslaving them and oppressing them for 400 years. Or you're talking about Jesus Christ. I mean, this continues for us on a spiritual, religious level.
Exactly, Zainab. Just some quick updates for our viewers who are joining us, of course, on this ongoing rolling coverage. We had heard, I believe yesterday, the day before, that Iran had threatened, of course, Israel not to target the Iranian embassy in Lebanon, saying that if they do that, they're going to go ahead and right and target all Israeli interests in the region. According to Reuters, of course, we're definitely going to wait for our own people to confirm the situation. They're saying that, according to a source at the Iranian embassy, that non-essential diplomats have indeed left the country there in Lebanon with their families. We also have the Hebrew media channel 12. It's claiming that the Israeli army has begun bombing fuel depots in Iran. I mean, again, time and time again, we know. Also, we have Netanyahu is currently speaking, saying that there was a danger that Iran would attack us. However, what we have is a new level of our preparation, according to what he's saying. Again, we're going to see what he means on that point to see exactly. So exactly what he's saying is that there was a risk that Iran would initiate the attack, according to, of course, Netanyahu. But we preempted them, and every day we strip them of a new layer of their power. Again, we're not going to talk about, reiterate the situation as we're seeing it on the ground. Yes, we know that both sides are being attacked. But again, on the upper hand, the people who are not requesting for more arms and military to be sent is Iran, because as we mentioned time and time again, it's been fully prepared. Zainab, let's go ahead and end off this rolling coverage. The last, of course, less than 5 minutes, I believe. Is that what Netanyahu is saying, that he's giving a reason again that Iran was going to initiate this attack? I mean, it's been clear from the beginning, Iran's stance. They were prepared for every single point of what we are seeing. Zainab, when it comes to the situation, do you believe, I know time has to show, again, our earlier today said that Iran actually declared victory with the situation within the first 24 to 48 hours of this aggression. Do you agree with that?
I think Netanyahu is only taking advantage of statements made already by U.S. Officials. He doesn't need to cook up his own lies. They've already provided him with a platform. He just needs to repeat it with excerpts saying that they had information that Iran was about to strike Israel, that Israel was about to strike Iran, and if Israel has struck Iran, then Iran will have attacked the United States, and they had only taken the initiative to brought the war to Iran, and now that Iran is attacking the United States, it makes no sense. But anyways, it is the state of the U.S. that we're now witnessing, the administration that has surrounded Trump, some of this racist, senseless, evil people with unlimited amount of power, and they believe that they're gods or demigods, and because they have this amount of power, they can make decisions that affect 90 million people and other people within the region. Many of them who have been trapped, many of them who've never heard the sound of explosion, of bombardment.
Zainab, I just want to add, so you can continue, Netanyahu, because this basically plays into what we're saying. He's now saying, currently, viewers, Netanyahu, we tell Hezbollah that whoever lays down their arms will save their life, and whoever doesn't, their blood will be spilled. And he relayed a similar message to here. Iranian Revolutionary Guard members who surrender their weapons will not be harmed. I mean, it sounds from what Netanyahu is saying that he's now calling for the surrender, or, I mean, this is something that we continue to hear not only from Netanyahu, as you did mention, but the U.S. So the government disarming the resistance in Lebanon didn't work for them. Economic pressure, military pressure, backing terrorism didn't work. So basically Netanyahu believes that if he opens his mouth and asks, basically what he's doing, asking the resistance in Lebanon, the IRGC, to lay down your arms, that you will be saved.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense. I mean, that might work before you assassinate the leader of the Islamic Revolution. Now, I mean, lay down their arms, and what are you going to do? You're going to give them order in your own lands? I mean, it boggles the mind to talk about the arrogance of these people and the kind of idea that they think we are. Maybe it's because they're used to some of the Persian Gulf Arab countries. I don't know. I mean no disrespect. Maybe they're so used to like giving that order, giving that command, and everyone falls in line. You don't know what a Shia is. You don't know what an Iranian is. You don't know what it means to believe in your land. Iranians name themselves Watan Parast. That means people who worship the land. That's how committed they are to their land. Just remove religion for one single moment. These are people who literally name themselves worshippers of land. You cannot tell them to lay down their arms so you can, pardon them and save them from dying. But the Israelis will soon find out. We hope and we pray that God be with the Iranian armed forces, direct their weapons and let it hit where it's supposed to hit, and give them ultimate and total victory over these child killers and rapists and child molesters who, according to their own documentation, have hurt and destroyed thousands of children's lives and have killed directly or indirectly millions of other people around the world, and are now continuing to throw the fire of unrest and death and destruction into this part of the region that has already seen enough bloodshed. We pray for victory for the people and our men on the battlefield, and we ask God to guide them and give them victory.
Well, exactly. Viewers, again, you continue to follow with us, Press TV, with our guests from around the world, from our studio guests, and of course from our colleagues in Beirut, in London, and other places who continue to take over the rolling coverage. Again, today is day 8 of the U.S. Zionist entity aggression on the Republic of Iran, and of course Iran's promised retaliation, true promise number 4, over, of course, over 2 dozen waves against not only the Zionist entity, but of course against any U.S. and Zionist entity interests in the region, and specifically there in the Persian Gulf states, which have been their target since, again, the beginning of this 8-day aggression. When it comes to the situation, we continue to bring you here a few updates before we let you go. Is, of course, the continued retaliation resistance operations, not only from the IRGC, but from other axes of resistance in the region. We have from Iraq, and of course, significantly, the top of the headlines, which has been Lebanon, continued attacks and barrages and missiles on the Zionist entity, and of course the Zionist entity, as expected, go ahead and they are attacking not only southern parts but also the southern part of Beirut. Well, viewers, that's all we have here. I'd like to thank Zainab Zaki, of course, our Press TV colleague, and everyone who has joined us. For now, thank you for watching, and goodbye.
September the 27th, 1980, Ayatollah Khamenei was leaving for the front.
اوایل جنگ من چون احساس کردم که نیروهای نظامی ما بسیار کم هستند و ضعیف هستند، برای اینکه بتوانیم همون عده نیروهایی که هستند رو روحیه‌ای بدیم و افراد دیگه‌ای رو هم از مردم دعوت کنیم که کمک کنن، من از امام اجازه گرفتم و رفتم جدی.
The pilot said that they have reached the sky of Ahvaz city, but nothing was visible down there. Even though it was nighttime and the city lights should have been seen from above, below them, nothing but absolute darkness could be seen. Everyone on the plane held their breath in utter silence as the plane slowly lowered its altitude and landed on the runway. When the plane finally stopped, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei stepped forward from among the volunteer forces to disembark.
اهواز وقتی که فرود آمدیم خب شب بود دیگه و هم برق شهر نبود هم به خاطر جنگ تاریکی بود، یعنی تاریکی مطلق. واقعا اونجور تاریکی آدم کمتر اصلا به عمرش راه داره. تاریکی محض، نه یک کبریتی، نه یک چراغی، نه یک روسویی، همینطور تو این تاریکی کورمال آمدیم و
It was the first night that Ayatollah Khamenei went to the front lines and served as a cleric in a new uniform.
لباس نظامی بسیجی، یعنی لباس کار سربازی برای ما آوردن و پوشیدیم. این اولین باری بود که من لباس نظامی
بسم الله القاسم الجبارین لا حول ولا قوة الا بالله العلی العظیم.
This is a story about the life of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Hosseini Khamenei in military uniform. September the 22nd of 1980, the day the Ba'athist regime invaded Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei was at the General Factory. There, he decided to go to the Army's Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters. They were waiting for him there. But this time, not in the usual buildings. He was taken to the war room. Everyone was in the war room.
رفتیم اونجا که رفتم دیدم همه جمعن اینجا. آقای بهشتی، آقای رجایی، آقای بنی صدر، آقای هاشمی، همه بودن. همه دوستان ما معلوم شد که در این فاصله که این اتفاق افتاده همه خودشون رسوندن اونجا. فرماندهان نظامی.
At that moment, it was reported that 10 or 12 other air
There is a great deal of sorrow and pain mingled with some kind of epic that was formed in Iran. These two created a situation. The Iranians had some special passion, and the enemy would not think of it. The strategy, the adversaries were to create a kind of shock and an awe among the people situation has been through such things. You know, every year we have the epic of Saddam Hussein, in which there was a great shock, but inside there was this huge sorrow. At the same time, there was this epic that was formed simultaneously. So it was a solidarity of the people that based on this. Americans at first wanted to hit the Iranian leader and a number of our top commanders. They wanted to stir the situation and create havoc in Iran. So the first phase was to do something with the administrative structure and the governance structure to wreak havoc with that. Well, Americans thought that they can do that very easily and swiftly, so they thought that they should do this intensively.
The situation of the people today, if they don't have basic needs like food and etc., they've made efforts to provide people with fuel and etc.
You know, so the gasoline, for example, shortage of basic commodities, food and bread. The ministers tried, the officials tried their best. We had lots of traveling around the country. In the early days, we had 190 liters of gasoline consumption. The government did its job. And this goal did not realize either. There were lots of passengers moving to other provinces. Cabinet ministers did their job and they took their supplies or whatever they were. And now we have enough of whatever we need. So the governments, governors, governor generally all doing their jobs. So you remember that they said that many of the military top brass had been in contact with us. They just want to join us. Why don't you just introduce two of them? Give us two names at least. Our commanders are fighting bravely. So they're trying to use the AI and create certain stuff. Well, just look at what's happening. Look at the IGC, the Army, Armed Forces, the Siege Force. They're all out there. People can see that. Who are actually firing these missiles or rockets? They're not coming from Venus or Mercury. It's our armed forces that are firing these. And that's why they're actually panting and having difficulty breathing. So, and also basic supplies that they wanted to hit and shortages to create for the people. That did not happen either. Of course, a war has its own consequences. People's, livelihoods are impacted. You know, there's some forced closures. This is what America has imposed, and you see how they're acting. So they failed in that. Another point was that there were some ethnic groups that they wanted to set off against the governance, and they wanted to nurture this idea, dismemberment. For instance, they negotiated with the Kurdish population to try and provoke them. They were negligent that the Kurds, real original Iranian tribes, maybe there are some differences, but it's the very same Kurds that knew that what Americans did to Kurds in Syria. First, they told the Syrian Kurds they will support you, and all of a sudden they had a deal, and they simply left them all alone, high and dry. So Kurdish people know what Americans are up to, that they are not loyal. Of course, the armed forces, too, were quite vigilant, and they had told the group, if you set the food wrong, we'll deal with you properly. So they were aware, they knew about the power of the Iranian forces, armed forces, and also they knew about this loyalty and like Americans. They had a taste of that already. So they felt that goal to realize that in certain places American groups contacted these groups and told them that they would support them, they would do this and that for them, but they failed, and the Kurdish population also realized that that was only a deception. So that did not happen something else, and that was that they tried to actually pressure and try to target the people inside Iran. Like, they hit this girl's elementary school in the city of Manab, and elsewhere too. I think that they hit one other school elsewhere. Yeah, schools, hospitals, all of these places. Yeah, clinics, even. But why did they do this? I just saw Mr. Trump threaten today that some of the people, some of the population that actually have not been hurt, we also target them too. So why should they do this? Because however hard he tried to steer the people, to provoke the people that they threatened. Given us messages that if we attack, you will join us. So if you do not join us, we will give your information to the other side. Iranians may have difference with each other, but after all, at the end of the day, they are Iranians. They're standing there for their country. They will never cooperate with you when it comes to partitioning and dismembering their country. You know, they have seen what you have done in the region, what you have done, the intervention in Iraq. They have seen this, what you have done in Afghanistan. It's before their eyes. They remember all of this because you don't care about the people. You went to Venezuela, and what did you say? You said that we want Venezuelan oil, we'll take it, and we'll give them a little bit that they want, they need. So what are they saying now? What Mr. Trump is saying now is that for the leader of the revolution, well, we killed him. For the future leadership, I should decide. I believe that he's insane. I mean, no country would accept this, especially Iranians. Iranians, have their own. They have this huge and age-old civilization. Who are you to decide for Iranians? I mean, this is just insane and stupid. This is what America is all about. Why are they pressuring the people? Because they want to punish the people. Because they have said, we will deal a blow and you should join us. People didn't do so. So you see what people are doing out on the streets these days. Why did they take to the streets? Well done. And this is a source of pride and the dignity of the Iranian people. This is maturity that they have shown. This is unprecedented in different cities and provincial centers. You see that 7, 8 nights in a row, people are all out on the streets. They're mourning and they're chanting slogans. No troops on the street. This is what the Iranian people have done, and then deployed the weapons that the Americans wanted to use. The people simply rendered this ineffective. This is huge asset. Yes, there could be complaints, there could be certain issues and differences. That's true. But when it comes to Iran, when it comes to the land, they stand united, they stand together. When they see that they martyred the leader of this country, they didn't want to actually substitute that person to someone. They just wanted to dismember Iran. So this is the understanding that the people have, and they maintain their presence on the stage. And something strange has happened, and that is that they actually, the other side, wanted in this murky water to wreak havoc in Iran totally, and what the Israel's wanted, they wanted to just realize their wish. I mean, they said that on Monday, a month before this war, Netanyahu had called Trump and told him that we have some intelligence that if you act at a certain time, we will have our wish realized. And Mr. Trump had said somewhere on the basis of what Trump had said, he always tended to attack Iran. By what I heard, this is what a U.S. president is like. He's talking about temptation. I mean, you have ruined the whole interest of America. See how much cost you have. Cost for the American people. American people should know what cost they are incurring because President Trump was just tempted by Netanyahu. He's saying, and they're saying, that until day 5 or day 6 of the war, there were $1,000 billion that we made a loss in this value change. Another huge sum is also adding up to of our facing crisis. Who did this? We were negotiating. There was this temptation, and this is the cost that it has caused. American people should know their statement and how many lives are being lost. I mean, what do you mean? Even their temptation, and then the blood of Americans are being shed? Thanks to the temptation. Well, they're lying. 5 or 6 soldiers are killed. Every now and then they would say that, well, yeah, maybe they had an accident elsewhere, 20 others died. You should know how many Americans died in this region. Some of them say, oh, we're being taken hostage. So, the results. People should be aware of what this is. This was important piece of news. It was accurate. Some countries that know the number of U.S. soldiers that have been lost. There's a story about that. So, we believe that when it comes to the objectives and strategic goals that Mr. Trump has, he has failed. Definitely has failed. They wanted to actually pieces, but you see Iran standing strong with Iran there. They thought that they would take out the leader, and then it won't happen, that everything will collapse. Nothing like that. And they're people know, because people are aware, because people understand, and they understand the consistency of the situation. They're inspection posts, but nobody is upset. They know they're their own children. They're working for their own siege members. And they're taken personally if they're standing in line at the inspection posts, checkpoints. So, they wanted to facing different setbacks of feeling heavy blow to us. They actually dealt to heavy blow to their own name. And then countries in the region sometimes make certain statements, but they know that America does not care about their security. They are unable to provide their security during this war. So they will come to this new understanding. So America is not capable of providing security in the region. So from now on, you will see that things will change to the detriment of America. When you do something wrong as U.S. president, this is the result you get. The economic problems being created, their false, power facade is shattered. The loss of lives for the armed forces, and so many other problems that are created. If countries in the region, they're neighbors of ours, they're friendly countries, and they're aware that we never made any aggression against them. During the Iraq and post-war on Iraq, almost all of these countries were standing by Saddam Hussein. They helped them fight us. They gave them funds. They gave them logistical support. But we did not retaliate. I remember I had gone to visit Sultan Qaboos. It was a private meeting, and he told me that there is an issue I just want to raise here. Everyone about it. And that's the fact that 1 week before Saddam attacked you, the King of Jordan, King Hussein, called me and told me that Saddam's deputy will call you, and there is about to see a war, another one that's going to happen in the region, and we want you to collaborate. And after a few minutes, he calls him, and he asks him what he wants, and he said that 1 week later we will be in Tehran, and we want you to give us permission from your direction, your land. Our fighters would attack Iran. Sultan Qaboos was a superman, so he knew that all the countries in the region were standing by Saddam Hussein, and he could not reject this alone. He said, okay, I'll tell the army commander to talk to you. And then he told me, I told the army commander not to cooperate with him. I mean, not expressly reject this. This is what the situation was about. I mean, there was this support, huge support for Saddam Hussein, that he thought in a matter of a week he will find his way and capture Tehran. This is Samarei, the intelligence official of Iraq. He has written a book. Read that book. He was in charge of intelligence of Iraq. He said, started, U.S. Secretary of State, Undersecretary of State went to visit Saddam Hussein. They sent him there. They said, we'll give you support. You just invade Iran. We give you AVEX. We give you everything. This is what the situation was like. And the countries in the region almost were supporting Saddam Hussein at that time. Now, did we attack Saddam or did he attack us? Why did countries in the region support Saddam at that time? And later on, when Saddam in Kuwait and then Saudi Arabia, we could have retaliated at that time. We did not support Saddam. Supported Kuwait and Saudi Arabia was that Saddam should not have attacked the eastern countries. And when America attacked Iraq again, and then we supported Iraq, we said America had no right to attack Iraq. We never retaliated because we're neighbors, because they're our friends. But if in this war they're going to give bases to Americans so their fighter jets could come and hit us, we have already told them we would hit and target their bases. We didn't lie. We said that directly. It's all right. They are the ones who should have stopped regional disputes. They should not tell us that we are your friends and then do this. I mean, a while ago, there was this regional leader I was talking to, and he said that after years, we realized that we cannot trust America. The main issue of the region is Israel. So if you believe in this, why do you do something? Israel has attacked it. Why do you want this major reason against us? It's the right of Iran. When the enemy is using bases in the region to attack us, it's our right to respond. Will this last? Will this policy continue? Yes, it will continue. And I believe there are some sheep here, like the Azerbaijan Republic, for instance. There was a drone that hit Afghanistan. Why should we do that? I mean, we told them, why should we do this? I mean, Israel is doing this and making conspiracies. There are some countries Israel is trying to set them off against us. What do we have to do with Azerbaijan Republic? I mean, if Israel does anything using these countries and they can invasion against us, we will deal with it properly. But we have no issues with countries in the region. We are in negotiations with them. We tell them that you're our friends, you're our neighbors. We are never been pessimistic. We never wanted to capture any part of your soil, nor do we want to put you to any kind of trouble. You know that. You should have stopped them. I mean, one or two countries have said that we will have stopped them. And said we don't think that you can do that. But we said, okay, fine. If you stop them, no problem. It's fine with us. So we'll wait and see if they're able to stop them. Now, what are they trying to? What are they trying to pursue out of these aggressions? Sometimes they're empty buildings that are evacuated, and then they go and there's a radio television station evacuated already, or maybe, for example, a chamber of deputies elsewhere, which is evacuated like in this film. I mean, why should they do this? I mean, what's the purpose? Also schools, clinics, trying to pursue. I mean, why should they hit? I mean, the pattern of the place they hit. And one, I should say that they're stuck in a quagmire. They still want to get themselves out of that quagmire. They want to destroy the guns, and they didn't. They want to slip everyone. They were not able. They wanted pit against the Islamic State. They didn't. They failed. So it was too late. So that's why they didn't know what they're doing. You know, simply they're feeling hysterical, and these are the last breaths that they're taking, I believe. When an enemy does not achieve his goals, then they don't know what to do. Mr. Trump had better accept that he has made a mistake. He was cheated by Israel. He was deceived. You said America first, but this is Israel first, America last. So why did you fix this? Accept this. Come to terms with reality. Why are you trying in vain? I mean, in different ways when you simply cursing other people. This is not a virtue. People laugh at you when you curse others. When you are at a top job, you should not be using that language. Or maybe Mr. President said today, for instance, that countries we're friendly, we're friends, and we do not want to hit them. We hit American bases. And he uses something, Trump abuses, misuses what our president said and plays with words. I believe that these are republics. I should say that our people showed bravery. They came under attack. But everything right. Basic supplies are there. Everything is planned. Well, yes, we have had lots of economic losses, but they have not achieved what they have wanted to achieve. But we won't leave them alone. We will not, Americans should know, we won't leave them alone. You have given big pain. You have caused this big pain. We'll never leave you alone. You have no right to make an aggression against Iran. You should accept this. You've been aggressive. Which law allows you that because of temptation, this is what Mr. Trump has said, out of temptation to attack and invade another country? I mean, okay, we'll just teach you a lesson. We'll show you what temptation would cause you and how it would cause you. Our people are there. People are on the stage. Our officials are standing united together. There is no difference at any level, at any echelon of the country. In fighting against Israel and America, we have no differences. And we do not allow them to get rid of this. They need to pay the price for this. Not as for attacks on Roswell, when it comes to our drone attacks and missile attacks. What's your assessment of the past year? To be Chinese regime or American regime? Well, the thing is that there's air. I just hear that in Israel there are lots of reporters, journalists that are banned that you should leave because they're scared, because the scale of Iran strikes them is really painful. So they want to actually, let's say, try to limit everything, show their limited scale of everything that's happening. Well, inside America, destroyed lots of assets of the United States. Missiles to large, deeper, research. There have been heavy blows. U.S. Some of them have been air shown, like Al Jazeera showed them. With some other thing that was rocket and got destroyed. Ever the lows. So we'll continue. We'll leave them alone. They should not think that we will let Americans simply wrap it up and say, okay, we hit them. Now let's just wrap it up quickly. Cannot wrap it like that. Can't realize that they have no right to make an aggression against Iran anymore, and that they should pay for all this. The dirty work that they have done at the international Iran, there is a huge price that they have to pay. It's unprecedented. Marching there, here won't leave them alone. They should pay the price. Sometimes they say that missile systems attack, not military systems. So, who is firing? These are their wins and wishes. Every day there are lots, hundreds of missiles that they're being hit by. So where are they getting hit at by? So this we have our own arsenal that are working properly. We are acting wisely and seriously, using our missiles and drones that need to be punished. When the aggressor, and this is the people's expectations of us, and they are right. So when it comes to energy markets of the world, we should trust them. Gone up 9 shoring, for example, the ships and vessels or different other ways. What's your anticipation this month? Do you believe that Mr. Trump's measures to manage and to bring tranquility to the world markets and energy markets, would that work? Well, the issue of energy is an important issue that you just mentioned. These are the anticipations that you just raised. But it does not only relate to energy. It's also the stock exchange. So it's the energy market, and there's also, there's this economic quake actually. Disrupted. When you hit us, we have to respond to you. So this is what the result of what they have done. This is insecurity. This is the nature of this war, insecurity. So there's disruption in air transportation, in maritime transportation. We did not close the Strait of Hormuz. It's naturally closed because there's confrontation. Nobody is allowed to pass. They attack our boats. We have to attack their boats. They attack our warships. We attack the warships. So the region is insecure. When you have your commodity and cargo on your ships, you cannot leave this region. So there is disruption in maritime trade and transportation. So I believe there is this international global misunderstanding that has caused this war. There are lots of ramifications of this war. It is not only confined to Iran. There is this it's a lesson for others to learn not to do anything like this. Mr. Trump, he had a good feeling about what he did in Venezuela. He thought he could repeat it, but this is not the same. He has to pay the price for what he has done. He has killed our leader. He has martyred our leader. Let's go at him. He killed our people. More than 1,000 of Iranians have been killed. It's not anything we could let go of easily. We should retaliate, pay them the same coin. They're hiding things, but they have received heavy blows, and later on we'll hear about it. I don't know if that's it. There are also messages from countries in the region are receiving messages. If so, what are they saying in the message in friendly countries or other countries? Used to this. I remember when we had 33-day war. In the first 2-3 days, there was a conference. There was this lady, a foreign minister, at that time U.S. Secretary of State, and the Chinese Prime Minister also invited me to attend that conference. We didn't take part, of course, but there were countries in the region that you should stop this war. And at that time, Ms. Rice said from America that that's the time. They thought that Hezbollah will be destroyed in a week. Week went past, second week came, they realized this is an uphill battle. So the countries in the region tried to contact them frequently and told them we want to mediate and do this and that. And that's the same thing's happening now. It's being repeated now. So we won't welcome the extension of war, but when an aggressor makes an aggression, it needs to be punished. I'm not saying the countries in the region, maybe they have their good intentions, no doubt about it. Well, yes, they have made contact. Some of them, of course, they sound that they have been already instructed. But they should know that they cannot simply say that what Mr. Trump has said, that on that basis, I mean, he should realize he has made a big mistake. He needs to be punished. And the Iranians won't leave him alone until he's punished. I interviewed some European officials. We see some change in rhetoric compared to past weeks. One like German chancellor. There's this change of heart. Whether it's fruitless or fruitful, sometimes they're saying that we have not taken this war, and take the signs, signals from the war. I mean, we have told our European friends already war will have to enter a conflict against you too, and they know it. We don't want this to happen, but if they want to do so, we have no other way. We have to retaliate. But I believe that the Europeans did not heed Trump, and they're right, because he's not loyal when it comes, on different occasions he has humiliated Europeans. And the Ottoman summit, for instance, he humiliated Europe. He said, without America, you would, after the World War, you would have spoken German now in this summit. He humiliates Europeans for Arabia. I mean, this is what Trump is all about. I mean, Europeans accepted that that bond that they have among Western countries. That bond is not tenable. This national security document, Americans said that Europeans have some civilizational issue. I mean, it's so humiliating. It's the Europeans that actually created America. But this is what America is commenting about Europe. Even a close ally like UK, Prime Minister did not accept to cooperate with them. This shows that Europeans have come back to their senses, and they have realized that they should not be cheated by this naive man. I mean, he said that he receives a full compensation, he gets tempted, and he does to start the war. I mean, so Europeans have the right to think of this national interest, and I accept that Europeans have been wise in this situation. So I have a number of other questions regarding the Provisional Leadership Council. We have heard some of those that some meetings have been held, and I just saw you were also attending one of the meetings. If you could tell us about the regular meeting of the Leadership Council and how it's going on, and how things are moving forward. I believe that one important thing that was already anticipated in the Constitution is there's a vacuum of leadership in the country. What kind of mechanism and structure would there be to fill this vacuum so that the next leader is elected? Now, that mechanism is in the Constitution on 111 article. So you see the makeup of the council, the president, the judiciary chief, and somebody else Leadership Council, they have heavy responsibility, especially if you're at the time of war. Leading the country through the war is also part of the responsibility of the leadership. The council is not responsible. I attended one or two meetings to offer a report about the war situation and what our armed forces are doing. I reported to the Leadership Council that there were some measures, so we also relayed regarding what the new leader would be actually picked after the holding of a meeting by the council. And in terms of economy, the president himself, a part of the council, he also had his own report issues and the people's situation, also regarding international global tide. Discussions were made. They are doing their jobs fairly at any time. They need the report from any organization or ministry. Not making us about assembly of experts meeting and the process of choosing a leader. Do you have any information about the assembly of experts and what they are up to? What's the latest? And the decisions that you're informed about how the order created public at this point. Well, in fact, this is an issue of the assembly of experts, and they're actually taking care of it. We should not interfere in the job. Leadership Council that there are security forces should take care of and manage things, and that's what they're doing. So we're now busy with the war-related issues and security issues. And all religious bodies are doing their job. And based on instructions, the assembly experts, they know their job, so they will do their jobs properly. And they will inform the people, and they will have a proper choice so that the future of Iran will have a prosperous life for people based on that choice. Last time I talked to you on the second day of the war, you had some recommendations and advice for the people. Now today, this is the 8th day of the war, the end of the 8th day since the war began. And you talk about your conclusion, and we have seen what the people have done. I want to see if you have any recommendation for the people for the coming days and weeks. On the second day of recommendation, I have recommendation on the 8th day. I should thank the people. They acted so wisely, fervently, eagerly. They safeguarded Iran's dignity, their presence out on the streets. The words, their comments, they were extraordinarily important. It's of the essence. It repels the enemy. This is the presence and participation that we feel humbled about. We really appreciate this. Maybe I should say that this is even greater than the big fire that we are actually dumping over the enemy's head. This should be appreciated greatly. People's presence on this page. We should be appreciative of this presence. We should not allow any agitation in the society. We need to stand united. We need solidarity. Whatever we say or do, it would divide the people. This will be a venom. We should avoid that. At the Security Council, I had just said that there's some mercenaries that actually they tell the enemies what to do, that the judiciary is adamant to deal with them properly and to punish them. If people are informed, they should, what